Right, we are starting with conveyancing transactions, and the exercise we are tackling is exercise number 2 on the exercises given to you. Let us read this exercise 2. You are approached by Chauke, who recently sold his immovable property to Kandini for assistance in the registration of transfer of ownership. Amongst other things, he informs you that he and the purchaser agreed as follows. A, the purchase price is 2 million. B, a deposit of 500,000 to be paid on date of signature and the balance to be secured by bond from ABSA. C, the purchaser is liable for all costs of transfer. And D, you are authorized to invest the deposit for the benefit of the purchaser. Let us analyze this. Let us analyze this. Who approaches you here? Who approaches you?
Chauke.
Chauke. So Chauke is the seller, not so?
Yes.
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 Right. And he sells his immovable property to Kandini. Not so?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The exercise layer of Kandini, what's happening?
Let's mute when we're not talking, colleagues.
Please let us do so because it disturbs. Right. What is the purchase price?
It's 2 million rand.
How is it payable?
By a deposit of 5 million and secured by a bond from
And the signature is
Through a bond.
500,000.
It's through a bond.
Deposit
The
of 500,000 and a bond from ABSA for the rest.
Deposit is 500,000.
That's a bond.
And the bond will be secured by, the balance will be secured by bond from ABSA. Who is liable for costs of transfer?
Kandini, the purchaser.
Kandini. You are authorized to invest the deposit for the benefit of the purchaser. What comes to your mind?
Section 86(4) to open an account, investment account.
Yes. Let's proceed. You accept the instructions to act as conveyancer and the following transactions occur. 1. On 2 August, you received 2 EFT payments for 500,000 and 30,000 in respect of the deposit and pro forma costs, respectively. Do you understand what is happening here?
Yes.
You
Yes.
received 2 EFT payments for deposit
Yes.
and for costs.
Yes.
Number 2, on 3 August, you pay 18,000 to SARS in respect of transfer duty. Is this new to you?
No.
3, on 5 August, you receive a bank guarantee from ABSA for 1,200,000. Is this new to you?
No, it's not.
No.
No. 4, you negotiate with Maporo, who has 400,000 in your trust account, to advance a loan of 300,000 to Kantini. Maporo agrees on condition that a second bond is registered in his favor. What is your understanding on number 3 and number 4? What is your understanding? Please share with me before we go forward.
ABSA did not secure the full balance of the bond for the purchaser. You negotiating with Maporo means you are actually looking to get or loan from Maporo the balancing price for the bond, which is 300,000. But Maporo agrees on the condition that the second bond is registered in his favor.
All right. On number 3, it's a guarantee that will have to be waited until the registration of the bond. We don't make any action on that one. And the statement number 4, the colleague earlier on has made an explanation about it. Thank you.
Right. Yes. So the position here is that you have received 500,000 as a deposit from the purchaser. And you know that the purchase price is 2 million. When you receive the 500,000, the balance of the purchase price becomes 1,500,000. And
it's not enough, sir.
What?
It's the balance for the purchase.
Can we leave, Prof?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Mute ourselves when we do that.
The balance of the purchase price is 1,500,000. And you were told that the balance would be secured by bond from ABSA Bank. But what you get from ABSA is an approval in the sum of 1,200,000 instead of 1,500,000. That creates a shortfall of 300,000. You then negotiated with a client of yours who is a money lender and who has funds in your trust account to advance a loan in respect of the shortfall, 300,000, to the purchaser. And this money lender is Mapo. He agrees that I will advance this loan, but there must be a bond registered in my favor first in respect of the amount that I am advancing as loan. Can we take it further? So it means at the time when you were dealing with this transaction, Maporo already had funds in your trust account. Maporo already had funds in your trust account. Number 5, on 6 August, you receive the estate agent's account amounting to 20,000. So it means in this transaction, an estate agent was involved. An estate agent was involved. And when an estate agent is involved, commission is payable. And we agreed on Thursday that the seller pays the estate agent's commission. And the estate agent's commission will be deducted from the purchase price. And it only becomes payable when the transaction is registered. It only becomes payable when the transaction is registered. Number 6, on 16 August, the transfer and bonds are registered. Record the above transactions in your books of account. Transfer what you are entitled to from the trust account to the business account. Ignore VAT. And B, on closing the investment account, you receive an additional amount of 3,000 as interest, which you pay to the relevant beneficiaries. Where do we start?
Open trust.
We
cash
start
book.
with recording
Open
transaction.
trust cash book.
The trust cash book with the balance
That's
book,
cash book.
dealing with the money. If you're going to do a banking transactions, and that money is in the bank already, so I would say that's the first entry we've got to do.
500,000 and 400,000.
400,000 from Makobo, because he's a client of ours.
I agree with you. So before we commenced with the transaction, we already had a balance due to Maporo. For how much?
400,000.
400,000.
400,000.
Yes. Can we go to our books now?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll open Trust Cash Book. We'll open Trust Cash Book.
Oh, interest.
On which date?
1 August.
Right. So it means when the month started, we already had this money. When the month started, we already had this money, 400,000. And whose money is this? To whom does this money belong?
Mapocha.
Sorry, just to come in there.
For in
Interest.
Trust.
in trust. Maporo in trust. Is it a debit or a credit?
It's a credit.
It's a credit. And the narration is
Cash book.
Trust cash book.
trust cash book.
Prof,
Yes.
yeah, I just want to again understand why we're starting with this particular transaction and not the deposit.
It is because before the deposit of 2 August came, this transaction was already in trust.
Thanks, Prof.
So you may read number 4 there. Can you read number 4 again?
Thanks, Prof. I'm clarified.
Thank you. So we can now deal with transactions of 2 August, not so.
Yes.
On 2 August, you received 2 EFT payments for 500,000 and 30,000 in respect of the deposit and pro forma costs, respectively. How do we record this?
Debit trust account, 500,000 and 30,000. Trust cash book.
Debit trust cash book on 2 August. Who's giving us the money?
The
This
purchaser.
Chauke.
Continue.
The purchaser.
Who's giving us the money? Who's the purchaser?
Continue.
Canteen.
And then we open an account for canteen as well.
Yes.
In trust.
Yes.
Interest.
Do we debit or credit?
We credit.
Credit.
On which date?
The second.
Narration.
Trust cash book. 700,000.
500,000. What else do we do?
So, sorry, Prof. I see you writing dates. Do you always have to write dates now?
Eh?
For
To write the
conveyancing.
dates?
For conveyancing, we do.
For conveyancing, we do have to write
Okay.
dates.
All right, thank you. All right.
What page are we?
We are on the exercise 2 of the practical exercises.
Guys, come on.
Where do we go now?
You account for the 30,000.
30,000.
The 30,000.
How do we deal with it?
You
It's also
debit
from
the trust
Cantini.
and then you credit to canteen.
On which date?
The 2nd of August.
2nd of August.
$30,000. And then we go to Cantini's account in trust and credit. On 2 August. Ration trust cash book. $30,000 we credit. Is that all we do on 2 August?
We invest the deposit.
There's what?
Invest the deposit in terms of 86.4.
Do we debit or credit when we invest?
We debit.
We debit.
No.
Debit what?
The investment account.
So we credit the trust cash book on which date?
On the 2nd of August.
It's on behalf of Cantini, and the amount is
500,000.
500,000.
Is that all?
No, we go
Create
to
a new
open an
account.
account.
We open
Investment account.
investment account.
Open the investment account.
We open an investment account
In terms of 86.4.
investment in terms of section 86(4) on behalf of Cantini. At which bank?
ABSA.
At ABSA. Although we were not told here, we can just say at ABSA. Debit or credit?
We debit.
Debit.
Debit. On which date?
2nd August.
On the 2nd August.
Trust cash book. The amount is 500,000. Is that all for 2 August?
Yeah.
No, they're talking about pro forma costs. Don't we need to open a fees journal?
For what?
For the cost, pro forma cost.
But you've received the costs already in trust.
Okay. All right.
You
I think
dealt
that's
with the
it.
costs. On 3 August, you pay 18,000 to SARS in respect of transfer duty. Where do you go?
Credit trust cash book.
Credit the trust cash book.
Trust cash book,
And
18,000.
Yeah.
And what do you say?
Pay transfer duty.
Pay transfer duty. How much?
18,000.
18,000.
Sir, just to check something here, no? The first fee that we paid on our trust cash book on the 1st of August, which we said balance, are we not supposed to be specific and say Mapoko?
We know it because we have Maporo credited here.
200,000.
But
yes, I see that.
But
yes,
but we will not penalize you for writing Maporo here instead of balance.
Okay.
Yes. If you like, you can simply say Maporo.
I did on my notes.
$30,000. Don't you invest that as well?
Always read instructions, sir.
No.
So, may I ask
Do
a
you have
question?
instructions to invest the 30,000 as well?
No, we don't.
May I
Instruction
ask
D.
a question, sir?
What does instruction D say?
The investment is exclusively just for the deposit, because the 30,000 is for something else, it's for the pro forma cost.
What does instruction D say?
You are authorized to invest the deposit for the benefit
invest
of
what?
the patients.
The deposit.
The deposit. So please let us read instructions. Our instructions are very important in dealing with the practical exercises. So we were paying transfer duty and we only credited the trust cash book. Is this complete?
No, we have
we
to
must
continue
continue
Trust.
ledger.
and debit it
On which date?
the 3rd of August.
August.
And the narration is?
Trust cash book.
Trust cash book.
And what is the amount?
18,000.
18,000.
Number 3, on 5 August, you receive a bank guarantee from ABSA for 1,200,000. What do?
We do nothing.
You go to number, you jump it, you go to number 4.
Nothing. Because we haven't received the money yet.
When are you going to receive it?
On the 16th. Okay.
On the 16th, when the transfer bonds are registered.
Yes.
Of August.
Right. Number 4, you negotiate with Maporo, who has 400,000 in your trust account, to advance a loan of 300,000 to Kantini. Maporo agrees on condition that a second bond is registered in his favor. What do we do here?
We open a trust ledger.
What do we do there?
We
credit Mapocho 200,000.
Credit Maporo.
The
Yes.
cash book with 300,000. 300,000.
We wait for the bond to be for the second bond to be registered. We leave it.
Because there's a condition there, not so?
Yes.
He agrees on condition. Can you read that again?
Yes.
Maporo does what? Please read that part.
Please.
Maporo agrees on condition that a second bond is registered in his favor.
Okay.
Is a second bond registered?
No.
No,
Not at this
Until
stage.
the 16th.
No, it's not.
Not
So
yet
what do you
until the
do now?
We proceed.
How do we proceed?
Do we do a journal or not?
We don't
Not
do
on this
anything.
day.
Trust journal? No. Okay.
Not on this day.
Only on the 16th.
Yes.
You will do this on the date of registration of the second bond. That is when you'll give effect to the loan.
Thank you.
Number 5, on 6 August, you receive the estate agent's commission, account amounting to 20,000. What do?
You're receiving money, so it debits.
No, you'll have to wait until
We'll have to pay them.
No, you have to pay them.
We'll have
You
to
pay
finalize.
the 20,000.
Wait for registration.
We
But
only
the
pay
commission
on
is
the
payable.
execution of the transfer.
For the 16th of August, for the transfer and bonds, when they are registered, that's where
Yes.
you'll have to handle.
Because it is deducted from the purchase price.
Account.
You wait for registration. The estate agent is only paid after registration.
Yes.
6.
Thank you.
On 16 August, the transfer and bonds are registered. What do?
We go to the trust cash book and we receive the bank guarantee.
Yes.
And then we credit canteen.
The cash book, the 1-2.
What about the investment?
Oh, we receive.
You have to come back.
We have to
But
close the investment.
the first thing you do is you withdraw the investment. So you do the 95%, 5% interest, and then you post that to the relevant cash books.
Yes.
Around 1,100.
So the investment is going to come back as 503,000.
What is 95% of the interest?
Of 3,000.
Yes.
2,850.
2,850.
To whom is this due?
To the
Continue.
to continue. The client.
So you credit your client. In other cases, a trust journal is used to transfer the interest from the investment account to the client and to the LPFF. So if you come across a situation where a trust journal is used, you must not be confused. Do you follow?
Ralph, in which situation would you have to use the transfer journal for the interest?
Okay, just like now here, you will see that we are debiting the investment account and crediting the client and the LPFF. Another method of doing this is to start by going to a trust journal instead of recording like this. Instead of simply recording like this, they first go to a trust journal. And say on the trust journal, section 86 for investment. They debit 2850. And then your client being Cantini, credit 2850, and then debit the same 86 form again. with 150, just to show the movement. And then say LPFF. $150. And then your narration would be transfer of interest.
Sorry, Prof.
Yes.
Why is the interest recorded as two amounts on the investment? The 95 and the 5, and not as 100%, which will be 3,000. Why are we dividing this interest from the investment?
One portion goes to
Because
client, the other
said
portion goes to the
95% goes to
LPFF.
client and 5% goes to the legal practitioner's fidelity
I
fund.
can't hear your song, colleagues. Can Prof answer?
All right. In terms of section 86.4, your client is entitled to 95% of the interest, and the LPFF is entitled to 5%. So you need to work out the 5% of the interest and the 95% of the interest. As we have recorded here, we are showing that 2,850 is going to the client and 150 is going to the LPFF. And then from here, you would then do the posting. From here, you will then do the posting, and then it would mean you will now come to the investment account on 16 August, say interest, 95%, you debit, and the amount is 2850. So you go to Continue in trust on the same day, 16 August, and you credit interest. Or if you like, you can simply say section 86 for interest, or section 86 for investment dash interest, if you want to be more clear. And then you record the relevant amount being 2850. And then on the investment again, on the same date, you record on the debit side interest being 5%. And this 5% we know is due to the LPF. The amount is 150. We don't have an account for the LPFF, so we'll have to open one. We'll say legal practitioners fidelity fund. And we credit on 16 August. And the narration is interest. If you like, you can still say section 86.4 or interest in terms of section 86, subsection 5, because that is how they get their interest. Section 86 for investment. And it's 150. Remember that by crediting like this, it does not mean we have paid. Does this mean we have withdrawn from the investment account?
No.
No, we've only dealt with the interest. So let us take out the whole capital plus interest and take to the trust cash book. And this happens on 16 August. And we'll simply say on the credit side, trust cash book. And the whole amount is 503,000. 503,000. And then we debit the trust cash book on 16 August. The section 86 for investment or with continuous investment. And the amount is 503,000, 503,000. Do you follow?
Yes, Prof.
Yes. And then now we can pay the LPFF because we have the interest in the trust cash book. Paid legal practitioners fidelity fund. How much are we paying?
150.
150. And we debit the legal practitioners fidelity fund on 16 August. And the narration is trust cash book. 150. Any question? Have we now paid the purchase price? Remember, at this stage, we said our focus should be to pay the purchase price to the seller.
Yes.
Have we paid the purchase price to the seller?
No.
We haven't received the money. Where's the money?
We have received the deposit.
Only. Where's the bond?
Only, yes. So now we can receive from the bank, not so?
And from Maporo as well.
16 August, continue. Somebody had a question around this to say, why when we receive the bond amount from the bank, do we debit the, do we credit the purchaser and not the seller directly? You remember this question? And we said that it is because this is the purchaser's home loan. This is the purchaser's home loan. So we credit the purchaser to enable us to pay the whole purchase price at once to the seller. We don't want to go to the journal so many times. To the trust journal. And only transfer the deposit. Right, so after debiting the trust cash book, where else do we go?
I think we credit continue in trust.
We credit continue in trust.
For the 16th of August, with the
On
narration.
16th August?
With the
Narration?
Trust cash book.
Trust cash book.
For 1.2 million.
1.2 million. And please write it in figures, 1,200,000. Are we done now? Are we able to pay the purchase price? Do we have the full purchase price in the trust account?
No.
No, sir.
No,
Because that the loan amount, the amount that we borrowed, that we need to include as well before we make the payment.
Yes. How do we include it?
We debit Mapoho.
We debit
We
Yes.
and credit canteen.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. So you know, it's not a difficult thing, eh? Which book are we going to use? The trust journal, not so.
Yes.
So in the trust journal, we will debit Mapo and credit canteen. And how much is involved here?
300,000.
300,000. And our narration will be? Our narration be?
Loan agreement.
Loan agreement or loan account.
Yes. Yes. Loan advanced. From here, where do we go?
As post.
Post to relevant ledgers.
Ledgers, yes.
Cantini and Maporo, not so. On Maporo, what do we do? Debit or credit?
Debit.
Oh, debit.
On which day?
On the 16th of August.
And our narration will be? Cantini. How much?
300,000.
Loan at
300,000. And then we go to Cantini, not so?
Yes, we credit.
Credit on which date?
The 16th of August.
Narration?
Mapo.
Mapo. How much?
300,000.
300,000.
Okay.
Do we now have the full purchase price to pay the seller?
Yes.
Yes.
How much do we have in Cantini's account in trust?
We have
How much?
2 million.
Oh, it's
The
more.
bank will not accept it.
2,032,850.
It's more.
It's more than that.
2,032,850.
Minus 18,000.
Oh,
So it's
for the
2
transfer.
million. 2,014,850, not so?
Yes.
And how much is the purchase price?
It's 2 million.
2 million.
So there is enough money to pay the purchase price, not so?
Yes.
That's correct.
Right. Where do we go?
I think transfer journal.
We debit Cantini.
Remember, we did this exercise before.
You move it to the seller's account.
We credit the seller.
We didn't
And
credit. We didn't credit the cash.
how do we create the seller's account?
You open a new ledger.
We go to the trust journal, not so?
Yes.
In the trust journal, we will debit Cantini and credit Chauke. 2 million. The narration will be
transfer of purchase price.
Yes. Transfer of purchase price.
Transfer of bond.
Transfer of purchase price.
Please.
You are breaking, madam. I do not hear you.
Can I disturb?
Please do.
No, I just wanted to ask, when we do the calculations for just to, don't we have to show that we have calculated the interest and minus the 18,000 and get the balance?
You're breaking, madam, in the process. But I think what you want to know is whether we should show our workings when we determine the balance.
Yes. Yes.
It's not necessary at this stage, because at this stage we simply want to determine whether or not we have funds in trust. What you can do is you can work it out separately, just for you to know that on the credit side you have X amount, on the debit side you have Y amount, and the difference is Z amount. And that Z amount, which is the difference, represents sufficient funds. Because at this stage, you are not really closing the account or balancing off. You simply want to determine if there are sufficient funds. All right, let's proceed. We have just made use of a journal. Do you see?
Yes, sir.
Where else do we go?
Post.
We open an account for Torquay.
Yes. So we will debit Cantini on 16 August. And narration will be Chauke. We debit 2 million. We debit 2 million. And then open an account for the seller being Chauke in trust. Chauke in trust. We open an account. Chauke in trust. Do we debit or credit?
We credit.
We credit. And this happens on 16 August. And the narration is
19. Oh.
Purchase price.
Or purchase price.
We are not going to the canteen.
So the narration of Cantini, would it be wrong?
It's not wrong. You can say Cantini or purchase price?
Thank you.
Or both, Cantini dash purchase price? Does this mean we have paid the purchase price to the seller?
No.
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 Have we credited the trust cash book?
Yes.
What do we do now?
Created a trust cash book.
Trust cash book.
And what do we say?
Paid purchase
David.
Yeah. Paid purchase price.
Payment of purchase price.
Don't we David Chauke first?
But shouldn't we minus the 300,000 in the trust cash book for Mapuka?
What do we do? Do we pay the purchase price?
Don't we pay the agent first?
Yes.
Not yet.
Yes, I was also thinking, when do we pay the agent?
We said
pay the estate agent.
Yes, the agent will be paid when the transfer is registered. Do you remember?
Yes. Yes.
When the transfer is registered or when the bond is registered, sir?
When the transfer and the bond are registered, they get registered on the same day.
Simultaneously.
So wouldn't that mean that you credit the TCB with 2 million and then the 20,000 of the estate agent, and then you debit Chauke in trust with the respective amounts?
That'll be confusing. Will the 20 million be available? I mean, the 20,000 be still available if you credited 2 million already?
No.
No.
Yes. What do we do?
We need to debit Sauke's
Between the seller and the purchaser, who pays the estate agent?
It's the seller.
It's the seller. It's the seller. So whose money are you using to pay the estate agent?
The seller.
The seller's money. So this is what you will do. You will credit the trust cash book.
Please mute.
Please mute yourself, madam. Paid estate agent. How much?
20,000.
20,000. What else do we do?
We debit the seller.
Count for them.
We debit Chauke on 16 August. Okay. And our narration is trust cash book. The amount is 20,000. So we are done with the payment of the estate agent. What do we do now?
I can pay.
Their accounts, estate agents' accounts.
Are we not supposed to indicate in the trust cash book that we've actually made payment? Money has gone out of the account?
We have indicated.
We must pay the balance of the purchase price.
Look at
to
the
seller.
trust cash book on the credit side.
think you have
Prof, the 300,000
estate
for
agents.
the 300,000 loan that we had taken. Does it not
Yes.
appear on the credit side of the trust cash book?
No.
Are we not creating agent in trust?
No.
We must pay the balance of the purchase price to the seller.
Do you remember that on the first and second days, I said, when you pay out using client's money, you do not open a new account or an independent account.
Yes.
The only time you will open another account when client's money is going out of your trust account is when you are investing. You remember this?
Yes, we do, Prof.
Yeah.
Yes. Can we now pay the seller?
Prof?
Yes.
Yes, I was asking if whether the 2 million that is paid to Chauke, whether it is not supposed to reflect on the credit side of the trust cash book.
We have not paid Chauke 2 million yet. We still want to pay.
Okay, understood.
We have paid the estate agent now 20,000.
Now we can pay.
Now we can pay. Yes, yes. On which date?
In August.
16th of August.
16.
Paid Chauke. How much?
1.9 million.
1,980,000. 1,980,000. And then you go to Chauke's account and debit on 16 August. And your narration is
Trust cash book.
1,980,000.
Are we not using that X statement? X?
1,980,000. Eh?
Are we not using the X trust textbook?
No. It's not a transfer from trust to business.
Oh.
Thanks, sir.
Yes.
Prof, when we invested Cantini's money in the investment account, was that supposed to be reflected in the trust journal?
No. When you invest, it's a cash transaction. Money goes out. So you credit the trust cash book and debit the investment account.
But sorry, Prof, but when you do the interest, then it is reflected in the trust journal, but not the actual investment.
Yes, yes, yes.
Prof?
Yes.
Prof? Yeah. How many marks for this particular question?
About 30 marks.
Thanks, Prof.
So they give you a lot of marks for doing almost nothing.
I think the emoji on Teams shows it the best.
So when you say
It can't be natural. We have been working on
are you
this thing
referring to
for the
yourself?
past 1 hour.
Right.
Transfer of the legal cost to business.
Yes, we now want to transfer our fees, not so.
Yes.
Good time.
What do we do?
The fees journal.
We must first go to
our business account.
We'll check if there's money.
No, but we must first write fees, eh?
Yes.
How much is our fee?
30,000.
What remains of the 30,000?
It's 12,000.
What remains of the 30,000? Yes.
Yes.
It's 18,000 minus the 30,000 minus the 18,000 we paid to SARS. So what's left over is 12.
Correct.
Yes. And who are we debiting with the fees?
Business cash book.
Manporo.
Nyamsoro.
In business.
Do you see the fees journal?
So may I please quickly check here? I don't know if my understanding is correct with regard to the 12,000. Is the 12,000 as a result of 30,000, which is in respect of the costs, and minus the 18,000, which results to 12,000?
Yes, the amount of the pro forma costs minus disbursements.
Thanks.
And in our case, it was 30,000 minus 18,000.
Oh, okay.
Can we post two ledgers?
Excuse me, sir. Before, can I ask a question? It may sound a little silly, but I just wanted to ask because I just missed a couple of calculations. The 12,000 that you debited and credited. The instructions were in the instructions that says that you must use the fee journal for conveyancing fees, because if you read the questions, they don't mention anything about conveyancing fees of 12,000.
Thank you, sir. My concern also.
Exactly.
Which instruction are you talking about, sir?
You see, in the questions, there's no instruction that says you have to pay conveyancing fees to Cantini. So
you are charging for fees, sir. You are not paying to Cantini. Cantini is a client. How do you pay client for work you are doing? Cantini must pay you for the work you are doing. And this is why on the fees journal, you are debiting Cantini and crediting your own fees. You are the one entitled to the fees.
It says in the question, transfer what you are entitled to.
Sir, maybe
guys,
that
one at
a time. One at a time.
Sir, may I ask? Maybe Tatana wanted to know when we as conveyancers make money, when do we charge our fee? Taking into account that we have transferred so much millions and we end up with 12,000 rands in our pockets.
Can I say something?
Remember, there was a
charge on the
30,000
date of
that was
transfer. Remember, we said this on Thursday, that we charge on the date of transfer.
Hi, Prof.
And we also know that according to instruction C, do you see instruction C on the question? Instruction C, what does it say?
The purchaser is liable for all costs of transfer.
Yes, what does that say to you? What are the costs of transfer? Is that not fees and disbursements?
It is.
It is.
Okay,
Yes.
sir, but I'm sorry. Just it's a little confusing. How did you got the 12,000? Now I now understand.
Can I say something, sir? I asked the same question earlier on, but you also said that as a conveyancer, you charge everything altogether before any payments can be made. So any money that is left is gonna be your money. You've got pro forma costs, like it says in number 1.
And the pro forma cost was 30,000 rand, of which 18,000 rand was paid to SARS
What
for
is
the
left there is 12,000.
yeah. What is left there? It's your fees.
Colleagues, I think the question is, the guy is asking, there is no instructions that specifically says you must pay
Read
yourself
number
the
1.
costs.
It's
yeah,
it's there.
there is an instruction, yes. Yeah, there is an instruction that you have to pay your costs.
You must
Yeah,
only
it's there.
Can I say something?
It
Of
is there.
12,000.
The
It
expense.
says record the above transaction in your books of account. Transfer what you are entitled to from the trust account to the business account. Then the only money left there is 12,000 rand, which was part of the pro forma cost of 30,000 rand. We deducted 18,000 rand, which we paid SARS.
But did they say 12,000?
We said
No,
No,
it's
you
what you
didn't say
left with.
12,000. It's what you left with.
30,000 minus 18.
Can I please say
In
something?
practice, the pro forma statement will have the SARS duty on, so you will know the 18,000 would go to SARS.
May I please say something? I think also the confusion there, we should understand what pro forma means.
Exactly.
It means before you provide the service.
Yes, I understand the 18,000 because they did say 18,000, but it's
Yes.
in the fee
What is
journal of
left from
12,000, the
30,000 if you
conveyancing
remove
fees of
18,000?
12,000. Okay.
I agree, have the pro
All
forma
right, Tatana,
1,000, and then
please
after
pay
you pay
attention.
the other fee. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay, I'll keep quiet.
Right. We explained this thoroughly on Thursday.
Yes.
We explained this on Thursday when we dealt with the first exercise. Unless the suggestion is that Tatana was not with us on Thursday.
Okay.
On that Thursday night, we did explain that in conveyancing transactions, you will give the purchaser a pro forma account beforehand. And in response to the pro forma account, the purchaser will pay the amount reflected therein for pro forma costs. And I even said to you, a pro forma account is actually like a quotation because the work has not been done yet. It is in respect of work that is still going to be done. And in our case, we know that from the 30,000 received, some amount was taken out to address transfer duty, which is a disbursement. The balance that remains is then channeled to our fees. Is this not what we discussed on Thursday?
It is precisely.
Yes.
I now get it clear. So,
please let us not miss some lessons. Please, please, please. Let us take our whole attention to the session.
Prof.
If we cannot have or allow other things wherever we are connecting from to take our attentions, including cellular telephone calls, we will get it right. Believe me, if we all pay attention to this, we can all get distinctions. I am confident of this. If we
Hello,
can
Prof.
all give our attention to these, we can all get 100%. It is possible to get
The problem is the
100%
load
in
shedding.
Hello,
No
Prof.
one wishes to lose
Yes.
Hello, Prof.
information like this. The load shedding is a problem.
Can you
Hello,
please
Prof.
mute?
Yeah.
Can you
Yes.
please mute?
Anyway,
Yes, sir.
I would like to thank the guys who really asked this question regarding the promo for, which means that the client when Walkins contacting you as a conveyance, and then you have to quote and include the fees of SARS and your fees, and then that will all in this case that's all came to 30,000, and then the manners, the fees that went to SARS as a transfer duty, and then we were left with 12,000. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But
Yes.
I thank to the guys who asked for this question, because I think most of us were also on the dark. Thank you so much.
Sir,
Let's not say most. Let's say I am in the dark.
I am sorry. Yes.
represent us. Don't represent us. Huh?
Talk for yourself.
Sir, may I ask a question again?
Yes.
Aren't we supposed to charge as convenience? Are we supposed to charge like a percentage towards a purchase price? Say maybe if a house is a property that is being sold is 10 million, aren't we supposed to say our percentage as convenience is like 7 million of a purchase price, or we just thumbsuck and give any price? Is there a format or a template of?
Okay. It's fine. Remember, you raised this same question on Thursday. And I said that here we give you the figures. We give you the figures to simplify the question. In practice, you will use tariffs, you will use those percentages. So here we do not want you to go that extra mile, because this is not a full conveyancing lecture. We are only dealing with conveyancing transactions to the extent that they affect bookkeeping. So we deal with them to the extent that they affect bookkeeping. So it's not the entire thing. And this is why even when it comes to disbursements, you will note that we are only dealing with the transfer duty. And we are not dealing with the deed search. We are not dealing with fees that are payable at the deeds office and all that. We are not dealing with all those things. We are simply concentrating on two things: the disbursement and your fees. That's it. Because we want you to have an idea of what is happening. You'll remember that somebody also asked a question on Thursday when we dealt with the first exercise where the purchase price was 900,000. And the question was, do we charge or do we pay transfer duty even when the property is 900,000? And I said to you that
was
here
me,
the idea, that was you.
Yes.
Yes, and I said the idea is for you to get the principle right, that in cases where transfer duty is paid, this is the position. All right.
Thank you.
Prof, may I please ask a question?
Yes.
Is there ever a point where the pro forma costs invoice or quotation is ever amended after the transfer and registration of?
Why must it be amended after the work has been done already? Don't you think you would have misled the client?
I have a question.
Because the client gave you instructions on the understanding that it would cost them X amount. And now after doing the work, you come with Y amount. Do you think they'll understand you?
If I can make a suggestion
So
to
what if
that.
there's like any complications where, let's say, there's more like traveling fees or something along those lines where it happens that, you know, it costs more on your business. I'm not sure if that ever is possible. But
Traveling fees to where? Because your office is next to the deeds registry office.
But
okay,
Sir,
the
can
deeds
you
registry
continue,
office
and complete this
Limpopo.
exercise? Then questions
Yeah.
will follow.
It's fine.
But I think besides, I think before you charge somebody, you need to know what you are going to do, and what cost whatever that you're going to do will amount to, so that you do not just thug your prices. I think that is how it's supposed to be.
That's why you gave a pro forma account.
You do a pro forma account, and sometimes you get a thing where there is a interdict against a property, where there's another amount involved. That you must advise your client immediately so that they know there is more cost, not when the work is done, beforehand.
Yes.
You'll pay that
Yes.
amount up front, or you can deduct it, if they agree, deduct it from the purchase price.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, can we carry on and finalize this question? And please, let us not unnecessarily complicate it. I think this course is very simple. Very simple. Can we try our best not to complicate it? Can we try our best not to imagine things? Can we?
Yes, Tatan.
Yeah, Baba.
Yes. We have recorded our fees on the fees journal.
This course is not simple.
Where else do we go?
The ledgers.
Post to the ledger.
We post to the ledgers.
Yeah,
Yes.
fees journal.
Business or trust?
Business.
Business.
Business cash book.
Continue.
You'll also have canteen in business, not so?
Yes.
Yes.
As well as an account for?
Please.
On canteen, what do we do? Debit or credit?
Debit. No.
Debit on which date?
The 16th.
And narration is?
Fees.
How much?
12,000.
Where else do we go?
Go to fees on the 16th.
Debit or credit?
Yes.
Credit.
12,000 as well.
Are we done with this transaction?
No, we have to go to the business cash book. We have to credit the business cash book.
Why?
Why are you crediting the business cash book? Can't we debit?
We need to
Because
open a transfer journal to transfer the 12,000 from Cantini to our business account.
we did.
We did not do that.
Yes, we have just written fees, not so.
Yes, we just did.
So we go to the business cash book
and
we transfer the money to the business. That means that we are debiting it.
How do we transfer from trust to business and vice versa?
We first check.
Transfer channel.
Transfer journal.
We make use of a transfer journal.
Yeah.
And before we transfer, what are the two things we must do?
How much is due to us and how much is available?
Check if the money that is due to us is available.
How much is due to us?
12,000 rand. We have to check in Cantini if we have the 12,000 rand.
How did you check that?
By balancing the ledger account.
Cantini trust. We have to check.
Go to the Cantini business.
No, Cantini trust.
We have to check
We
money in
balance
the
the
trust
trust
account.
cash book.
Right, we come to continue in business to check how much is due to us, and we see there's 12,000 there. It's not confusing because there's only one amount reflected on the debit side there. 12,000 is due to us. Then the second thing is we must go to trust to check if it is available. Now let's look at continuing trust. Is it available?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is it available?
Yes, it is.
How much is available?
14,850.
There's actually
14,850.
20,000. No, it's 14,850.
Yes.
12,000.
14,850. So it is 12,000 plus the 2,850 interest, not so?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So we can now go to our transfer journal.
Yes.
Transfer journal. Debit whom?
Continue.
Continue in?
In trust. Of 12,000.
Continue in trust with debit. Continue in business with credit.
Yes.
How much?
12,000 rand.
The narration will be
Transfer, please.
from here, where do we go?
Go to the channels, sir.
We debit, continue in trust and credit.
So we post to ledgers.
Post to
Yes.
ledgers.
Post to ledgers.
Debit,
We debit
continue trust.
continue in trust.
Trust.
This happens on 16 August, and our narration is continue in business. The amount is
12,000.
Then we go to continue in business and do what? We credit continue in business, and this happens on 16 August. And narration will be
Continue in trust.
Continue in trust, 12,000. Are we done with the transfer?
No,
We have not paid
No,
ourselves.
We still have
cash
to
We
pay
need to go
ourselves.
to the business cash book.
We have not paid ourselves.
Yes, so we need to go to the trust cash book, not so.
Yes. And tell me.
We need to credit the trust cash book on 16 August, and we say transfer to business cash book. How much?
12,000.
12,000. And then we go to the business cash book and debit. Debit the business cash book on 16 August, and the narration is X trust cash book.
What does this X
The
mean?
amount is 12,000. Yeah?
What does
From.
this X mean?
From.
X, yeah.
Sir, can I please ask a question?
Yes.
So remember when we dealt with the interest, why did we only pay the 150 to the Fidelity Fund and we didn't pay out the 2,850 to Cantini at the same time?
That is because with Cantini, we are still busy with him. We are still busy with Cantini. We could have paid on the same day or at the same time when we paid the LPFF. But remember that it is still the 16th, eh? It is still the 16th. We are still busy with his transactions. We will pay him if anything is left for him. We are trying to avoid a situation where at the end, Cantini finds himself to be owing us more than what he has in trust. But we definitely are going to pay. And in fact, now is the time to pay because we have transferred what is due to us, haven't we?
Yes. So in exam purposes, it would be advisable to do the interest lost.
Yes.
Okay.
The same way we are doing. Look, whatever we are doing together here is to prepare you for exam. Whatever we are doing together, I expect you to do in your exam.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So what is the last thing that must happen here? The very last thing.
We have two things to do. The first thing being transferring of the investment interest to our client. And the last thing, even if it's not on our instruction list, I assume it's a statement of account.
How much do we pay to the client?
2850.
$2,850. So we credit the trust cash book on 16 August. Say paid Cantini. How much?
2,850.
2,850. And then we go to Cantini's account
And we
in
debit.
trust. We debit on 16 August. And we say trust cash book.
2,850.
2,850.
Okay.
Prof.
Yes.
Hey, yeah. How long is the exam, Prof?
2 hours and 15 minutes.
Do all this.
No, but I think yours, because it's online, may be different. So you may need to ask Zuki.
It's actually 2 hours, 30 minutes. The 15 minutes to upload and download the question paper and the
Prof?
sheet.
Yeah, I think they need to give us 50 hours.
They've already stated it during our examination class that we held sometimes in February, that it's going to be 2 hours, 30 minutes. So the 30 minutes is the 15 minutes to download the paper, and the another 15 minutes is to upload. So Advocate Malema has already indicated beginning of Feb that it's going to be 2 hours.
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yes.
Not enough.
I think 3 would be fair.
Sir,
Yes.
when
will
I
depend
grow
on
up,
how
I
many-
want to be like you.
How many questions are
Why is that?
Number one, you have a great voice.
Sorry, Prof, can
You
I
have
ask
a
you
great
question?
voice.
How many
Thank
questions
you.
are we going to get?
Yes.
How many questions? How many questions are we going to get?
So sorry, Prof.
How many questions are we going to get?
We get a number of questions.
Can I just ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Prof, that's not an answer, Prof. That's not an answer.
You can use the Lpam, the test run we did. You can just use that question paper to see how much, for estimation, how many questions can we
Yeah.
get. You can just use that one.
All right, but what you need to know is that in bookkeeping, you need to have a good understanding of correspondent accounts, both receiving and giving instructions, conveyancing transactions, bank reconciliation statements and supplementary cash books. You need to have a good understanding of the extract we dealt with yesterday. And then short questions, theory, on theory. Do you follow?
Prof, which extract particularly, the bank reconciliation one and supplementary cash book?
Yes.
Both of them.
Sir, can you please do a run through on reconciliation, please?
Can we?
Can
I did not hear you, madam.
Can I just ask a question on the trust journal that we did earlier?
Okay.
Pertaining to the interest.
Yes.
An alternative way of doing it, or is it something that we need to do? I just want some clarity on that. For the interest.
Yeah, you can do it this way. In the alternative, you can simply withdraw what you invested here by crediting the investment account and debiting the trust cash book, and then deal with the interest when you credit the LPFF and your client, and thereafter pay.
Thank you, sir.
Prof.
Yes, sir.
What happened to Mapoho's 300 in the exercise we were doing? Maybe I got lost somewhere.
He advanced a loan to Cantini. We took it. Yes, Maporo's account. We took the 300,000 from Maporo and we gave it to Cantini here. And in turn, This 300,000 became part of the 2 million, which we took from Kantini's account to Chauke's account in trust, and which we ultimately paid to Chauke when we paid the estate agent and the purchase price to Chauke. So it means Maporo now has 100,000 in our trust account.
Oh, okay. There was a condition there, Prof.
Yes.
By Maporo. The condition was that I'm just quickly trying to. Oh, the condition was that Maporo agrees on condition that a second bond is registered in his favor. How do we deal with that condition?
That condition was met. Read number six. What does it say?
On 16 August, the transfer and bonds are registered.
Bonds, not so.
Yes. Bonds, yes.
Not one bond.
Oh, okay. So that's what it meant, second bond. So then now on 16, bonds are registered. Okay, I get it, Prof. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, can we please do revision on supplementary cash book and reconciliation statement?
When we
Prof,
come back from
also
break.
on correspondent accounts.
No,
Sorry,
we
Prof.
need to
Can I please
wait
ask
for
a question
few minutes,
on the
please.
exercise that we're busy doing?
Yes.
Can I please ask the NB where it says on closing the investment account, you receive an additional amount of 3,000 as interest, which you pay to the beneficiaries. Did we deal with that?
Dealt with it. Yes.
We dealt
with 2850 and the 150.
Where did we
It's
deal
equals to
with that?
3,000.
Oh,
The money that
2850.
went to the LPFF.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
so it's the 2850 plus the 150.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
We understand why was it separated.
Sorry, guys. The lady who was going to be CC'd by Prof yesterday, did she manage to receive the notes from
There
Prof?
is nothing received yet. Once it is received, I will circulate.
Yes. I struggled with your email. It disappeared. I needed to send last night. It disappeared, but I did send to Zuki. To Zukiswa, I did send, and to you, I looked for the email and it had disappeared.
Prof, can you maybe upload it in the chat?
Prof, I've circulated the email address again.
Copy and paste on the
Can
chat.
she also check
Okay.
in
Can
her
I-
spam,
Prof, can
in
I
her
give you
junk
my email
email?
address
It may
now?
be there.
Aye, guys, let one person speak.
No
Prof, can I
emails,
give you my
copy
email
and paste
address
to
and
the
can
chat.
distribute
I was
it to
saying
the
the
group
lady
now?
can also check in her junk email. Some of the emails, they go and sit in the junk email. Maybe she can just check there.
Cody,
because
he
it
just
disappeared.
specified that he has disappeared.
But
The
if
email
it
address
is
has
posted here,
disappeared
it's better. If
Disappeared
it is
where?
posted,
Disappeared
posted
as in
on
the
the
from on
chat.
chat.
his side. That means he lost it.
Guys,
Uh,
Zuki will share.
Prof, I have the facilities now. If you can forward it to me, I can distribute it now.
And also, you can just put
Yes.
it to make things easy for everyone.
And also on the chat, it would work easy and quicker.
Chat, please.
Yes, post on the
Yeah,
chat.
you can post it on the chat and you can pick it from there.
Yes, everyone has access to the chat.
Prof,
Yes.
for the sake of time during the examination, can't I do it with handwriting and
Can
To answer that,
And return and
yes,
upload.
You can just print the exam paper and then write on the
Put more
side
time.
and then scan it, finish.
Sorry?
That's why you're given 15 minutes. I'm saying you can just print the question
But
paper
are
and
you
have
pro?
15 minutes, and then after you finish, you have 15 minutes to scan
Are
and
you
then
pro? Are you
upload.
answering? Are you what's happening? Prof, do you
Prof,
follow?
are we taking a break?
Moshe, I'm going to take the approach of writing everything by hand and scanning the papers and converting
is
it.
trying
Yeah.
Prof, can we take
I'm
a
not finished
comfort
with my
break
query.
for 20 minutes, please?
Just interject. I'm not finished with
Guys, when Prof give us a break, can any one of you help me to show me how do we upload? I missed that test exam due to some health reasons.
Where is Prof?
She is sharing the document.
I was going to do the same as well.
You're talking all at once. So maybe he left.
I hope he's not angry.
It's time to take a comfort break.
Yes.
Yeah, but 30 marks for this question, it's quite
Break.
Yeah, it's quite few
Are we
marks.
taking a break, guys?
Break.
Until what time?
For how long?
Prof will tell us on that.
I
He did
Still
not
have
say
marks.
anything about break.
Because you need to cover up a lot of things.
It didn't specify that we're taking a break, actually.
He did in the beginning of the class. He said 11 o'clock.
He just said 11 and 1. He did not specify break for how long.
But we've been taking 15
I guess it's
minutes.
30 minutes.
Wow.
30 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, I
We've
think so.
never had a 30 minutes break.
Well, we have a until 2 o'clock. So
I know.
And then we have a lot to catch up.
Let's
And this
wait for
one
it.
was
Because then
guys.
take a break for enough.
Guys, if you find out how long we're breaking for, can you just post it in the chat? Thanks.
What's happening?
Guest.
There. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Turn on your speaker to hear this meeting loudly. I return a stronger woman.
What's
different
happening?
world, different time.
What's happening?
I put all my ladies for school and so forth.
Can you please mute?
Mute Vazaya.
I'm a teacher because it's such a lot of it. How did we take the people to school?
Ketley, can you mute your mic, please?
Can anyone see if Prof is still online?
It looks like he got disconnected. Colleagues, please, man, it's disturbing when you leave your mic open. Kathleen, Alvin, please just switch off your mic, otherwise we're hearing your background.
Because it is unlikely that Prof just left unceremoniously. I think something technical might have happened.
Kathleen Johnson, can you please mute the mic?
Yes, please.
previously on RuPaul's Drag Race. You need to conduct one-on-one interviews for 50-50. Get away from her, you. Coochie. We got the pizza going and we're going to put it in here. This is a hot ass mess. Selena's titties. He kept talking over. Tell me the story about a
Currently, Johnson, please mute yourself.
Session.
Curtly Jansen, can you please mute yourself?
What's that now? What's that sound?
It's Katie Johnson.
We're going to hear so many sounds now.
This doesn't sound good, eh?
Sogcina sishaya izandla la, sogcina sishaya izandla la.
Go come and eat. I'm not eating alone.
Can you mute yourself, Katie Johnson?
Curtly is so destructive.
Copy. Not the sauce. Just oil. We're fighting. I put on the side. More. Oh, man. What is it now?
Hello, what time are we coming back?
Coming back.
Then what? You try to call him. Yeah, because I tried to call back. I never told you.
Marsha.
Hello? Did I lose connection? Oh, we're still on break. Please assist.
Hi, still here.
We're still here.
Okay, thanks.
I don't want to listen to girl. Music. Oh shit, I'm still online. Wait a minute.
So guys, are we on a break now or what's going on?
Okay, girl, what's going on?
Hey, we are all wondering. We don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think we forgot to ask him how long is the break going to take, because this is like a 4-hour session. Maybe the break is longer than when we have our 2-hour sessions during the week.
But when he left, he didn't say anything.
Yes.
Yes,
And
that's why I
besides,
said
it was too soon to have a
losing
break.
out on a break now.
I think he's waiting on us to tell him where we have challenges, in terms of conveyancing or bank reconciliation statement or all these sort of things. And then we can tackle those things with him. Because
But there
that's
was a lady who asked for us to do bank recons.
Yes. Well, you know what? I think because he's still absent, can you look into an example and all try to tackle it? If everyone would like that idea. And then when he comes back, we'll interject and we'll stop.
Guys, can anyone see if he's online?
He's just muted.
He's online. I
Yeah.
think it's open.
Okay, thanks.
Come and see this one.
Please mute.
Hmm?
Mute.
Sifunda, please mute.
Sumpela, please.
There was a suggestion about tackling a question together. I'm not sure if we had our colleague.
Oh, muting is an issue. Oh.
No. But why did she tell you that day? Why does it go as far as taking a video and sending it days later? And when you make something like why does it happen like now? Like, hello. Why is she sending it to you? Imagine look up presentation somewhere at an event and she just texts you, she's like, you're not learning properly.
Lol.
Isabel, please mute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But how come our colleagues here, they don't identify a private space for the lessons? And there are always backgrounds of dogs, kids, people talking. How does that happen?
I also do not understand. I don't understand how it happens.
No respect.
for
No
each
respect
other
for others.
and no respect for the professor either.
I don't understand because you can
Those
see if they take it or not.
they're actually proving to those that are around them that they are actually attending this class. They want them to hear that they are in a class. They're showing off.
Why would you do
When-
that?
But again,
I don't know. I don't know why do they do that. But if somebody keeps on, I mean,
Disturbing the class. Professor gets upset because his line of thought is being interrupted. And we're
some
not
they're
going
even
to
singing.
learn anything.
Singing.
And then they're
While
gonna
the
come
class
back
is
and
on.
ask us questions that we've discussed.
Yeah. And that's the issue, because then how do
they're
you
taking us
concentrate on such a platform and then while singing on the other side? It means some people are not here to listen at all.
The
And,
other one, great people
and
on
They're
the
actually
class.
wasting our time because now
Sorry,
if we
guys,
have to
may
go
I
back every time.
may I interfere? Don't forget that this session is being recorded. So whatever we say is being recorded. Let us be careful of what we're saying. Personally, I don't think Professor is angry to any of us. He hasn't indicated or reflected that. Let us just give him some time. Maybe he will come back.
We're not
Thank
talking
you.
about the professor. We're talking about
Yeah.
people who don't mute their mics.
Yes.
But are
Not
these
the
relevant
professor.
conversations to be had here?
Yes.
But we need to address them, because if we don't address them here, we're not going to get a platform to address them.
It's gonna happen over and over again. We still have a lot of classes to go to.
All right. Yes. Yeah. Let us just be positive to each other, guys. Keep ourselves.
Yeah, guys, your imagination is running away with you again.
Did Mahlangu share the notes with you?
There he is.
There is Prof.
Yes, sir.
We
Did Mahlangu share the notes?
Not yet, that's okay.
Are we back
Yes.
from break, Prof?
We are, aren't we?
Wow.
We were not informed that we are on break. We
No,
thought
he
maybe
said we will leave at
we thought maybe
11.
something technical happened.
Say
No. We agreed that at 11 we are breaking.
Yes.
Didn't we? Somebody
We
asked.
did. And then we will break again at 1.
Yes.
But what
Okay.
time is it? 30 minutes? It's a 30 minutes break, ne?
Yeah, yes.
So people even formulated that you are angry with us.
No, no one said that.
He said,
Okay, Prof.
Your Prof, the people's imaginations have been running around here.
That's not true. That is not true.
Prof will never be
one
angry
said
with
so.
us, guys.
Hello, colleagues.
Can we continue, please?
Yes,
Prof,
please.
Prof, can I ask something? I would
Yes.
like us to set the ground rules, because there are some colleagues here, fellow students, wherein we hear the backgrounds of their movements in their houses, the dogs and the kids and the singing and all those things. Can we set the ground rules?
Sorry, can I also add on that regarding the ground rules? Can the professor answer a question of a fellow student and not anyone else?
Thank you. Yes.
but what if they all ask at the same time? That means we have to use the tool of raising the hands.
Yes.
Raising hands.
Maybe I should also from time to time monitor your communications on this platform. You see, the thing is, when I share my screen with you, I sometimes entirely focus there and ignore the other modes of communication. Maybe I should do both. I should also look at your communication here so that I can see when you raise your hands and when you type something.
Yeah,
right.
I think that okay, Prof.
Prof,
Yes.
we are all adults here. These ground rules were supposed to be adhered to day 1. We're only left with 2 hours now to conclude the training. We are all adults. Let us behave and continue with the class. That's all we need to do.
Yes.
Dear colleagues, I've shared the notes in the PLT group, the WhatsApp group. If you are not in that group, can someone send me a private message with the email address? I will share it with you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Are we happy with the conveyancing question that we did?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, I have a question. What do we do with Mapocho's 1,000 rand, 100,000 rand that's still in our trust?
We leave it in trust, just like the 400 which was in trust.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I also just want to clarify. So, is there 100,000 rand left in the trust account? His money, and in your trust cash book, there will be 100,000, and then in the business account, it will be the 12,000 rand for your fees, which keeps your fees account also 12,000 rand. Is that how that balance is? I just want to clarify on that.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I'm still a bit confused with the statement of account. That is, we give instruction to your correspondent.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at question 2 of the question that thing that you gave us from the e-leader.
In fact, let us treat that question.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Let us treat that question. I understand you. And you are confused because there are two statements there, not so?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let us just treat that question so that everyone benefits.
Thank you, sir.
Which question,
right.
please?
Does everyone have it? It's question number 2 or exercise number 2 on giving instructions. There are two statements there, Shifumi and Lazaro.
Got it?
You got it. And the others?
Prof, is that on giving instruction?
Which page?
Yes, it's on
Which
giving.
page?
Thank you.
Under giving instructions on the exercises given to you.
It starts on page 3.
Shifumba versus Lazaro is on page 5.
It's page 4. It's on page 4 of the exercises.
Oh, yes.
Question 2 there. Right. You received the following statements from your correspondent attorneys, Obadia Inc. The first statement is on company registration. The second one says versus Lazaro. You are required to record the contents of the above statements in your books of account, transfer what you are entitled to, and account fully to your client. Do you follow?
Yes, sir.
Right. What type of correspondent account is this? Is this receiving or giving?
Giving.
Giving.
Giving. So it is giving. Why do you say it is giving?
Because we received a statement of account.
From the correspondent.
Sorry, Prof, I'm lost. I can't find the exercise.
But do you have your document of exercises?
Prof?
Yes. Say, do you have your document that contains exercises?
Prof, I do, but
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know which one. Which one is it?
Yeah,
Go to page 4 at the end. At the end of page 4, there is question 2. Under giving instructions.
Prof, thanks.
Did you get it, sir?
Thank you so much, Prof. I got it.
Right. Let's proceed. I asked a question. Why do you say it is giving instructions? Why?
It's because we received the statement from the corresponding attorneys about their Inc.
Yes. So that tells us that it is giving instructions. We did not do the work. Our correspondent attorneys did. You must not be frightened by the fact that you have two statements. The principles will remain the same. The principles will remain the same. You will still use the same principles. Do you follow?
Yes, sir.
What is our step number 1? Remember, in giving instructions, we follow steps.
We deal with
6
the EFT
steps.
amount.
Yeah.
We deal with the EFT amount. How much is it? And remember that you must know these steps by heart. Know these steps by heart. What do we do with the EFT amount?
Cash book and you credit it in the ledger account of the correspondent.
Yes. That is so. Does everyone agree that 17,258 is the... Do you all agree that this is the... Do you agree that this is the EFT amount and that this is where we start?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Prof.
Are you not under duress?
No, we are not.
No.
Are you not unduly influenced to agree?
No, we can
I
We are
am.
confident.
We're following the steps, sir.
We are
Yes.
influenced by your positive
I
knowledge,
am.
sir.
Yeah. Right. So we will come to the trust cash book. And the reason we come to the trust cash book is that this money we are receiving is not ours. From whom are we receiving this money?
Obadia.
Adia.
How much are we receiving? How much?
17,258.
So we debit the trust cash book because we are receiving money.
Where did you get it?
And then we open an account for
Obadia Inc. Interest.
Inc. in trust. We debit or credit this account?
Credit.
Credit.
And our narration is
Trust cash.
Trust cash book.
there is noise there, sir. Please mute. Can you please mute them? Right. So we are done with our step number 1. Can we go to step number 2?
Yes, sir.
What do we deal with in our step number 2?
Collected amount.
Collected amount.
What was collected?
How
by the
much?
correspondent?
20,000. How much is it?
20,000.
20,000. What do we do with this? Where do we go?
Trust journal.
Trust journal.
Sorry, Prof. Sorry.
Yes.
As I was really under influence, was during influence. So in terms of 20,000, how do you know it's a collected amount?
It's written there. It's explained. Look at it. What does it say?
The 20,655 rand 50 cents.
No, up there, say the same way we were treating this on Thursday. Do you remember how we dealt with this question on Thursday? Remember that on Wednesday night, we explained the 6 steps. Do you remember?
No, not at all. I did not get all the 6 steps. Unfortunately, for the whole classes, I was only getting maybe 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes. I never get the full hour. I was always wondering about these 6 steps. I only got now that the first steps, it's you deal with EFT amount. This was the first step. I was always wondering about these 6 steps.
Yeah, I think that is the challenge then. If you've only been with us for an hour every day, then it's a serious challenge, because we explained the steps fully on Wednesday night. We repeated them on Thursday before we dealt with this practical exercise. In fact, we treated the first question following the 6 steps.
Yeah.
Maybe you just need to follow.
Okay, it's fine.
When we say,
okay, you're right. So I will try and follow. Honestly, I was always having a problem about these 6 steps. It's just that's where I stayed. There's a network problem. Sometimes I had to be kid off during the lecture. Anyway, the one who was responding with the yawning face, I don't know whether that person was reacting to me. Anyway, if the person
can
was
we proceed to
was
deal with step number
reacting
2,
to me.
Dr.
Okay, thank
Guys, can we proceed? Hey.
Sorry,
Can we
sir,
do step number
please
2?
help.
Right.
Sorry, please go to your study guide. The steps from page 189. I'm answering to the
So what
gentleman that answered the steps. Page 108, 189.
Okay, thank
Please start.
you. Thank you so much.
And he can also listen to the lectures, the videos that are posted on eLeader for the entire classes. They are there.
Yes, sir. I was just on day 2. Thank you so much.
Right. The collected amount we said is on the credit side of the statement. And what do we do with this? We go to the trust journal to do what?
Record the transaction.
How? How do we record?
We debit transfer journal, the trust journal.
How do we do so?
With debit corresponding.
So collected
Obadia Inc.
Obadia Inc. 20,000.
And credit our client. Who's our client here?
Shifumi. Shifumi.
Shifumi. How much are we debiting the Obadia and crediting our client with?
20,000.
20,000.
And our narration is collected amount. From here, where do we go?
Ledger.
We post to ledgers. Obadia Inc. What do we do?
With
Interest.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. Somebody's in the mall, eh?
Fellow students here, they are really amazing, really.
Shifumi in Trust. We open an account for Shifumi in Trust, being our client, not so?
Yes.
Do we debit or credit?
We credit.
How much?
20,000.
Narration. Our narration is Obadia Inc. So if the name of your correspondent has not been given, you simply say correspondent. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Yes. So we are done with step number 2. Can we go to step number 3?
Sir, can I ask something? The trust journal, must you show the trust journal in the exams for marks?
Yes, you must.
Thank you.
Must. Whatever we do here together, you must also do in the exam.
Oh, okay.
We do not do, you do not do. So we go to which step now?
Step 3.
What do we deal with?
Costs.
Deal with the costs.
How much? Where do we find our costs?
On his statement?
On the debit side.
On the debit side, except
excluding EFT.
There's 2 lots now. That's what we
except the EFT. Yes. How much?
3397.50.
3,297. That's 301.50.
Yes. You are in the mall, but you are concentrating, eh? Right. Does everybody find this amount? We all get this amount. 3,397. Add all the amounts on the debit side and be very careful because it's a long list of amounts there. It's easy to make a mistake.
Are we splitting the VAT or are we including the VAT as well?
We add everything on the debit side. Everything on the debit side.
So that's 80.
Everything on the debit side, starting from page 4 up until page 5. And please do not split these statements. Add everything, because you are dealing with the same client and the same correspondent. Do you understand? Add everything that appears on the debit side, regardless of which statement. All these or both these statements have been brought to your attention to deal with. So you deal with both of them. How much?
Prof, what did you
3,397.50.
3397.50.
No, correct.
Yes.
Right. Where do we take this?
Can I just interject? Sorry. Zukiso has just posted things on Lee platform that you sent her. So it's about 5 minutes ago that she sent it. So everybody can just go there. Sorry that I interfere.
Okay. So where do we go with this cost?
Trust journal.
Transfer journal.
Trust journal. So on the trust journal, what do we do?
Debit the client and credit the correspondent.
And who's our client here?
Zifumi.
Shifumi. And who's the correspondent?
Obadiah.
Obadiah Inc.
Who do we debit and with how much? We're debiting Shifumi with how much?
3,397.50.
Narration.
Costs.
From here, where do we go? We've debited Shifumi and credited Obadiah in with the cost.
Trust journals.
Shifumi.
We post to trust ledgers. So Shifumi, we are going to debit, not so.
Yeah.
Narration. We are in trouble here. What's happening?
We're under siege.
And then we will credit Obadiah Inc. with the same amount of the cost, and our narration will be costs. And this will be 3397.50. So we are done with our step number 3. Can we go to the next step? And what is the next step?
We deal
What
with
is the next step?
we deal with fees.
We deal with fees.
Yes.
Where do we find our fees?
Found on the credit side.
On the credit side.
On the credit side.
Yes.
And where do we record our fees?
The fees journal.
Fees journal.
The business journal.
Can the assistant professors please mute? The professors, backup singers, mute yourselves, please, man.
So here you ask yourself, who is giving you allowances?
Mary Ann, can you please mute?
You are getting allowances from Obadiah Inc., not so?
Yes.
These are allowances are in respect of fees and VAT.
VAT. 6.5.
Right. And we know that when we write fees and VAT, we always credit fees and VAT and debit our client, not so?
Correct.
So we have allowances on both fees and VAT. We
South
need
Africans most generations. It started in the show from its start in 1994.
Oh, no.
Serious people, please mute.
we need to add allowances on fees first. Do you follow? Add allowances on fees first. Leave allowances on VAT now. Deal only with allowances on fees and then credit your fees account. After that, you will check allowances on VAT and then credit the VAT account. Can we do that?
Yeah.
What is your fee?
230.
Let's work.
290. 293.
204.
I got 670.
Let's go together. 40 plus 30 plus 60 plus 60 plus 80 plus 300. What do you get?
670.
No.
570.
570.
Yes. Madam, are you able to see where you went wrong?
Me, yes. I was using my head and not a calculator.
Oh, please use a calculator.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
What were you adding now?
Fees. Allowances on fees. Can we now go to allowances on VAT?
$85.50.
85.50. Let's confirm that. How did we get it? 6 plus 4.50 plus 9 plus 9 plus 12 plus 45. What do you get?
85.50.
84.50.
What do you get?
84.50.
How much?
85.50.
84.
85.
85.50. Yes. Then fees plus VAT.
650.
655 rand 50.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
655.50, like this.
Yeah.
Yes. The narration will be allowance received. If you
Including
like,
that.
yes. If you like, you can simply say fees plus VAT.
Sorry, Prof.
Yes.
How did you get 570?
On the credit side of the statement, remember we are at step number 4 where we are dealing with fees. And our fees are made up of allowances given to us by the correspondent. So I said to you that please determine allowances on fees first. Leave the VAT out for now. Determine allowances on fees first. You added all those amounts being allowances on fees, and they gave you a total of 570, which you credited on the fees journal on fees.
Oh, now I see, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof.
Prof.
You are welcome. Yes.
Prof, if we are
Yes.
given, if we have been told that the allowance is 1/3, how do we determine the 1/3 again? Because I missed that step. Don't have it in my notes.
You
We
divide by
3.
3.
Oh, by 3.
By 3.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. No, thank you.
Prof.
Sorry, may I ask a question? So just a follow-up question on the 1/3. So the same rules still apply that if the 1/3 is more than 1,500, we kept it to 1,500.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
But this does not include VAT. Just on the fee alone, you kept it to 1.5. If you are a VAT vendor, you can still charge your VAT on the 1.5.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Prof.
Yes.
Yeah, you only divide by 3 if the instructions have indicated so. That is 1/3 allowance. I'm
You
asking
saying?
on the 1/3 allowance.
Yes.
You'll only do so divide by 3 if it is indicated that it's 1/3 allowance.
You only do what?
Okay, maybe my question is, when do you divide your fees by 3?
When you are told that the allowance to give is 1/3.
Okay, thanks, Prof.
I'm still not getting the 1/3 allowance. If it's 400 Rand, you say times 15 divided by 3. Is that how you work it out?
If you say
400 Rand, you say divide times 15 divided by 3.
If you want what?
The 1/3 allowance.
No, if you want 1/3 allowance, let's say the figure is 400, you simply divide by 3. You don't multiply.
Divide.
You simply say 400 divided by 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Prof, I think the confusion is on, do you divide the figure after adding VAT or only the figure?
Now you do it the same way that we did. Remember how we did it when we treated these questions. How did we do this? Did we add vent together?
Yeah.
Remember when we were determining 1/3, we went to the fees, we divided by 3. We recorded. We also went to the VAT, we divided by 3, and we recorded.
If I work out 400 Rand divided by 3, I get amount of 133 Rand and not 80 Rand.
Yes, that will be 1/3. In fact, what are you looking at now? What are you trying to determine now?
I'm trying to determine how to get the 80 Rand. The summons fee.
Where? On someone's fees under
Yeah.
Shifumi versus Lazaro.
Yes.
Yes, this is because they did not use 1/3 here.
Oh.
Remember, I said to you that 1/3 is the maximum. You can agree on anything between 0 and 1/3. So it does not mean that on every transaction it will be 1/3. Here they used 20%.
So, Prof, the only time we worry about the 1/3 allowance is if they specify in the question the 1/3 allowance is.
More especially on receiving instructions. This is giving instructions.
Okay.
So you must not confuse giving instructions with receiving instructions. So if you want to see the rate at which an allowance was given, you will do what? You will go to that figure. Let's say you are dealing with 80 here. Okay, maybe just to avoid confusion because others may not see where we are getting this 80, let's simply go to the beginning there. Company registration, instruction fees. There's 200 on the debit side and there's 40 on the credit side. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
If you want to see the rate at which they have given you an allowance there, you will simply say the allowance multiplied by 100 divided by the original figure. How much do you get? The allowance is 40. The original fee is 200. Do you see?
Yeah.
So you'll say the allowed amount, which is 40, you multiply it by 100 and you divide it by the original fee being 200. And what does it give you?
20%.
So that is the rate at which an allowance was given to you. But it may not be necessary here. You can go that extra mile just for you to know the rate at which you were given an allowance, because surely this is not 1/3. Do you see? But if you want to see the rate at which that allowance was given when it is not specifically mentioned, then you can simply say allowance multiplied by 100 divided by the fee.
I don't put it straight.
It's easy for you to grasp. Eh?
Yes.
Yes.
Allowance multiplied by 100 divided by fee. But it's unnecessary for you to go this extra mile. You will
Guys,
just be confusing yourself unnecessarily. Do you get me? What is sufficient for you to do is to record the fees on the fees journal and to know that your fees are found on the credit side of the statement and your fees are made up of allowances received from the correspondent. And that's it. Then you post to ledgers. And the ledgers you are posting to should be in business. Do you have them already? Do you already have business ledgers? No, you don't have business ledgers. So you must open them. You must open business ledgers. You'll have Obadiah Inc. in business. You'll have an account for fees. As well as an account for VAT. VAT output. What is VAT output? And how does it differ from VAT input?
VAT input is internal.
Yeah?
Is VAT paid and VAT input is VAT charged?
No, that the opposite.
Output
Vice
is paid
versa.
over to SARS.
VAT input is when the practice pays
Both
VAT.
these VATs are payable to SARS. Both of them are payable to SARS. But how do they differ?
VAT output is when input is when when the practice pays VAT to a creditor, for example, and VAT output is when the opposite happens.
What is the opposite?
When you charge VAT.
The
output is what we collect on behalf of SARS.
Yeah,
I think when
VAT input is already inclusive, and the output needs to be calculated.
The output you collect and you pay it over to SARS.
Yes.
Input VAT is only input VAT that you can claim if you have paid a person, a VAT vendor with a VAT registration number. So you've got to, that's for when you're in practice. But it's on payments.
Right, so VAT input is the VAT that you pay when you acquire goods and services. VAT output is the VAT that you charge when you supply goods or when you render services. So the VAT that you charge is called VAT output, but the VAT that you pay is called VAT input. Obadiah Inc., do we debit or do we credit?
Debit.
How much?
655.50.
Fees, do we debit or do we credit?
With the fees. Fees 570.
VAT output, debit or credit?
Credit 85.50.
Right. So we are done with step number 4, aren't we?
Yeah.
Can we go to step number 5?
Yes.
What do we deal with in step number 5?
Transfer fees and VAT.
And VAT. You need to transfer fees and VAT.
Transfer procedure.
You transfer. How much is due to us?
65550.
Is it available?
Trust ledger.
Is it available in trust?
120.
Yes.
No.
Look at Obadiah Inc. in trust. Get the difference of the credit side and the debit side.
Yes, it is available.
How much is available?
655.50.
655.5.
Which book do we use to transfer?
The trust journal.
Transfer journal.
Transfer journal.
Transfer journal. From where to where?
We're going to debit the
From trust.
body and trust.
From trust to business.
Trust to business.
We debit Obadiah Inc. in trust and credit Obadiah Inc. in business. How much?
Yeah, ma'am.
65550.
Okay.
Narration.
Transfer fees.
Transfer of
Fees.
Yes. Yes. Transfer
Prof,
of
must you say including that?
You may say so, but we know that this allowance is on both fees and VAT. From here, where do we go with the transfer?
Goes to the ledgers.
Goes to ledgers. Obadiah Inc. in trust, what do we do?
Debit.
And narration. We debit Obadiah Inc. in trust, and our narration is Obadiah Inc. in business. How much?
655.50.
655.50. Then we go to Obadiah Inc. in business, not so. What do we do here? Debit or credit?
Credit.
Credit.
Credit. Narration.
Obadiah Inc. in trust.
Obadiah Inc. in trust. How much?
65550.
55.50. Are we done with the transfer procedure?
No.
No. What is left?
We take it out the bank.
Trust cash book.
Credit the trust cash book and debit the business cash book.
Credit the trust cash book and debit the business cash book. When we credit the trust cash book, what do we say?
Trust business account.
Transfer to business.
To business.
Transfer to business cash book. How much?
65550.
655.50. And then we go to the business cash book. What do we do in the business cash book?
Debit it.
Debit it.
X.
We debit, and our narration is
X cash book.
trust cash. And how much are we talking about here?
65550.
So this way we have transferred, not so?
Yeah.
But then when we go to our trust set of books, what are we noticing?
We haven't paid
We need to pay back our.
We need to do what?
I think we must
Need to pay the client the balance that's on the trust.
How much is it?
So we must check.
So 15,600.
16,602 rand 50.
Yeah.
Does everybody find this?
Yes.
No. Oracle, if I lost you there, can you repeat that?
Repeat what?
The transaction of 16,000. I think they were saying that mates in the class.
No, I was asking. In fact, I did not say anything. I just asked what you are noticing when you look at the trust set of books. What are you noticing?
The short.
So like there's a shortage, I think. Let me check.
Obadiah is balancing.
We still have some money for Obadiah in trust. I mean, in the trust cash book left.
Our trust.
Yes.
Yeah.
How much?
17258 minus 65550.
900.
16602.50.
1660250.
Yes.
Yes.
What do we do with it?
16,000.
We debit Obadiah in trust and we credit the trust cash book.
We pay. How do we pay?
Through the cash books. Trust ledger.
We credit the trust cash book.
We credit the cash book.
And what do we say? Who's our client? Who's our client?
Obadiah.
Paid Obadiah.
No. We received this money from Obadiah. How do we take it back to Obadiah?
Take it to your client, Sifumi.
What is the amount?
16602.50.
16602.15.
What else do we do? So we pay Shifumi, our client, not so. And then we go to Shifumi's account in trust and we debit. How much?
16602.
The same amount.
15, no, I haven't got that. 57 from 10 years. 50. 1602.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, sir.
How did you come to 16,602?
Yes, you should tell me, because I asked this question as to when you look at the trust position or the trust set of books, what are you noticing there?
You subtract 17. Suppose take 1655.50 from 17,258. You get back 16,602.50.
In particular, look at Shifumi's account in trust. What do you see there? What do you see there?
It balances with a 20,000.
We've paid him up.
We've paid the amount. How much?
We paid him 16,602.
Okay, for your satisfaction, sir, although we explained this earlier, there's 20,000 on the credit side, and on the debit side, there's 3,397.50. So it means Shifumi has money. And how much does Shifumi have? We take the credit side and minus the debit side. And that leaves us with 16,602.50, which is available in the trust account and which we are paying by crediting the trust cash book and debiting Shifumi in business, in trust.
Oh, I see.
Thank you. Please, may I ask that we pay our full attention to the lecture, please. Please, let us not entertain other things. I understand we are connecting from homes and there may be other activities, but can we please suspend all those activities? Because sometimes some of the questions you ask, I am able to tell if you were not with us. I'm able to tell if you were not paying attention. Because sometimes you ask something that I just finished explaining now, and when you raise it, I can tell that you are not with me. And I'm not saying you should not ask questions, but also pay attention. And if you do pay attention, you will see many of these will be eliminated. And when somebody else asks a question, let us pay attention, because that answer will benefit all of us, to avoid a situation where you ask the same question that was asked by another candidate. All right, where do we go from now? Are we done with our step number 5? Is there still something left in our step number 5?
No, I think we're done.
We are done with step number 5. Can we go to the last step, step number 6?
Please.
What do we do there?
Draw the account statement.
And what did I say about an accounting statement on Thursday?
We draw it up as if we are doing the work and
Yes.
exclude the allowances.
We draw it up as if we are doing the work or as if we did the work. So our statement will exclude allowances. Can we get to it?
Is this where we can copy that statement over and then just remove the allowances?
Yes, yes. Yes, this is where we copy the correspondent statement. Yes, what is the first thing?
Instruction fees.
Instruction fee. How much? How much?
200.
300.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. Next.
Must we add a 200 and a 300 for instruction fees?
200 and 300.
Yeah.
No. Let's deal with it the same. Remember, what did we say?
We copy it exactly.
What did we say about this, drawing a statement?
We copy exactly as it is.
Yes.
Name reservation number 2.
Yeah, so maybe just for your clarity, you can simply say company registration. You follow?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so that it is exactly the same as the one from the correspondent. What else?
Name reservation.
What about
name reservation?
150 debit.
150 debit. Next.
Final registration.
Final registration.
Final registration.
300.
But there's something you're not doing right here. With these 3 transactions you've recorded here, something is not right.
Must we include the VAT?
Include the VAT, yes. I was also
Yes. What did we say we are excluding?
Only the allowance.
Only the allowance, not so. So
Only
you are also
allowances.
excluding VAT. Why?
Because it's Saturday afternoon.
I see. Now I'll release you not so long. Don't worry. We'll tackle one exercise and I'll release you. Understand you've had a very long week. You've had a very long week. I'll release you so that you also get the chance to practice on your own.
Yes, thank you.
What is the VAT on the 200?
30 rand.
30 rand.
And on the 150?
22.50.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Then the fees for final registration, how much?
300. 300.
300. Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. Debit. Next. What is next?
The VAT of 15%.
How much is it?
45 rand.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit.
Debit. Next. What is next?
Instruction fee.
Instruction fee.
Instruction.
if you like, because it's your client, instead of saying Shefumi versus Lazaro, you can still say yourself versus Lazaro. Do you follow?
Yes.
Prof, which one do you prefer that we use as a heading?
Yeah. And how much is the instruction fee?
300.
Not even
300. Debit or credit?
Debit.
What is next?
45. That.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. Next.
Summons fees.
How much?
400.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. Next.
VAT. 60.
How much? Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit. How much?
Sheriff fee.
Sheriff's fee, how much is it?
120. No VAT.
Debit or credit, 120.
Debit.
What else happened?
No VAT there. Collection fees.
Yes. Collection fees.
Yeah.
Not receipt of payment.
By cash. By cash. At the credit side.
How much?
20,000.
Credit side. How much?
20,000.
20,000. Next.
Collection fees.
Collection fees.
Collection fees. How much?
1,500.
1,500.
Debit or credit?
Debit.
Debit.
Yes. What else?
VAT.
At what rate?
1,500.
So do you see that the maximum was taken here? The maximum of 1,500. Do you see on the collection commission?
Yes.
Yes.
And there is also VAT added to this. Do you see also?
Yeah. 225.
I think it's a mistake here.
What is left for us to do here?
By
You need to
EFT.
calculate the fees.
We must balance
What
the
are our
credits
balancing
and debits.
figures?
Balance.
What are our balancing figures?
20,000.
9,750.
And then they
minus all that.
20,000. You're saying 20,000?
No.
We need to calculate the balance of the fees.
Yes, how much?
16,602.50.
Yes.
And what is that?
602.
What do we call
What
the
is the amount we pay to
6602.5?
Kuchifumi?
EFT.
Danu, please.
Record it here.
By
By
EFT.
EFT or to EFT.
By EFT.
Yes. So this is payment that we're making to the client, not so. What is it? 602.50.
50.
Is this amount noticeable somewhere?
Credits.
Yes. It is amount paid too.
Yes. So it means your books of account are in order. Your books of account are in order. And for writing just these little things, ladies and gentlemen, you become entitled to the full marks allocated to or for this question. So do you see that your statement of account is almost the same as the statement you received from the correspondent?
Mm-hmm.
Can you determine the difference between your own EFT amount and the EFT amount by the correspondent? Can you check the difference?
Yes.
What is the difference?
Allowance.
It's all our costs.
Allowance, yes. So your books are in order. So your books are in order.
Yeah.
I'm convinced, Tatan.
You are convinced, Tatan?
Yeah, you are very good.
Thank you.
Prof, may I ask, what is the reason not removing the allowance on
not removing the allowance?
Mm.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
Remember, when drawing up the statement, you said we have to exclude the allowance when doing the corresponding work. Yes. On this case, we didn't remove the what do you call the allowance of 1,500. It's still the allowance, isn't it?
No, we removed all our allowances. The 1,500 is collection commission. It's written there. Look at number 13.
Oh, I'm confusing it. Okay, it's collection commission. Sorry, I was confusing it. Thank you.
Prof,
Any other questions?
Prof?
Yes. Yes, madam.
Do you do private tutoring as well?
Do I do what?
Private tutoring. I'm looking for an accounting tutor for my daughter. Oh, for matric.
No, I don't really have time because I'm a practicing attorney.
Oh, okay. Any referrals?
Maybe.
Take it private. Prof can obviously.
And unless if he adopts your daughter.
I think that's an option.
Prof, I have a
Yes,
question. In terms of the 10%, so the commission that you get on collection is always 10% or up until 1,500 Rand. Is that published in a gazette or a government notice?
Yeah,
Where do you get the
that is a figure Yeah, that is a figure that gets determined from time to time. It's possible that by the time you practice, it's different. It's a different amount. Like when we started practicing, it was 350 in the Law Society of the Northern Provinces, and in other areas it was 300, and so on and so forth. So they differed from Law Society to Law Society. But today it's all 1,500. So it may change. So when you are in
where will you
practice,
find that? Yeah.
Is it not recorded in the National Credit
it will be gazetted.
Okay.
It will be gazetted.
Thanks, bro.
Yes.
Thank you.
Prof.
You welcome. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to ask a side question here. Do you also offer classes for conveyancing?
No, I don't.
It's unfortunate, Prof, but thanks.
Prof, are we
All
going
right.
to take a break or are we going to proceed?
Maybe we can break for 15 minutes and then we come back and wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Is it fine? We come back at quarter past.
Yes.
Yeah, we come back at 1:15 and then we wrap up.
Yeah.
Hi, Prof.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, Prof.
Yes.
Before you go,
yes, sir.
Can we also
Yes.
have all of these workings that you are doing on the Word documents after the class?
Not a problem. Not a problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, those who are remaining behind, is the class recorded maybe? Is it being recorded?
Yes, it is recorded, but from the notes that have been distributed now, I think it is the presentation. Somebody said there is no voice. The professor's explanation is not there on the notes. So you're basically looking at the script with the calculations, and perhaps you have to correlate them with the exercises. I was hoping that there will be him talking and then taking us step by step as he's doing now, also on the presentation. But I haven't tried it. I'm going to check it on e-leader and hear it for myself. But I just saw somebody making a note here to say, but the notes are there, but there is no voice guiding or lecturing. So
That will make life very difficult. Anyway, no, thanks.
yeah, enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.